Good evening, or afternoon where I am anyway. How are you all doing? I am glad to be back. Can you hear me for one thing? Let me see. Let me know in chat if anyone can actually hear my voice. It should be working, but I'm not certain. Um, I am glad to be alive as well, Biggie Swizz CG. But believe it, I am here, and I am going to play some Dwarf Fortress. So let me switch over to the game here. It looks like it's slightly off of where it ought to be. There we go. Hello. Hello, Grant AUM. So, the Dwarf Fortress Dino update, the Extinction update, has come out very recently, a week or so ago, and I have just had the inkling to play it live. I'm hoping to be able to stream fairly regularly on Saturdays, but we'll see how this goes, see how everything ends up working out, and see if people are interested in this. So I've generated up generated a few worlds here, I believe. Let me see where I've got them. It's kind of a mess in the files here. Yes. This world is called The Romance of Virtue, which is from a mod that adds a little more variety to the world names. That might be a little too much variety, but should be fine. The world we've got here is one with high natural savagery, as high as it goes, because the dinos will only show up in savage biomes. I have that setting enabled. You can choose whether you want to have extinct creatures only show up in savage biomes, show up everywhere, or just show up in really, really, really small savage biomes and like isolated islands. If you really don't want it to don't want to change the population of your world too much in terms of animals. But we do want to see these guys because I am hoping to capture some of these dinosaurs, maybe some other giant animals. And, you know, maybe we'll make some zoos, maybe we'll use some of them as pets, and hopefully we'll be able to use some for defense. I would very much like to have Tyrannosaurus, war Tyrannosauruses, and war Utah Raptors, which is the kind of lame name that the dinosaur you think of as a velociraptor is actually called. They named it weird in Jurassic Park, but an actual velociraptor is a pretty tiny little creature. But in any case, we are going to be looking for a savage, temperate broadleaf forest bordering a savage shrubland. This spot looks like it would work. I'm going to need to... I would love to have it also on the coast of a ocean, and a savage ocean, because then we'd be able to like maybe see some giant sea creatures, like the I've always wanted to see a giant sperm whale. The biggest creature in the game. But the chances of that are pretty low. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot spawns a lot of animals spawn from the ocean. It doesn't seem like the game audio is playing. Hang on a second. Turn this up. Okay, it's quiet. The savage giant ocean creatures don't, like, nothing really seems to spawn in the ocean a lot, but being able to see a couple of big fish would be cool. Because like the game added like mosasaurs and what's the giant shark called? Mega something, the Meg. Okay, this is looking pretty good here. We have a border of a savage ocean, a savage shrubland, and a savage broadleaf forest. This will give us a pretty good variety of these extinct creatures here, especially getting us the coveted T-Rex and raptors that we're looking for. But let me look around a little bit more, because the more biomes I can find, the more variety of dinos we'll get. Two very close volcanoes there. So has anybody played much with the new updates? I have not really played the game besides looking at generating different worlds, and looking at Legends a little bit, but I haven't encountered any of these dinosaurs. So if anybody has any experience with those, I would love to hear about it. Okay, we got another broadleaf forest here, looking pretty similar. Oh, but that's not a savage area. Okay, so if you look on the neighbors list there, you might notice that it says that there are elves and a civilization of two-humped camel man. That's what CMLMN is short for. I have a mod that makes it possible for animal people to form civilizations. I believe the mod is called something to the effect of all animal people civilized and playable. We're not going to be playing as any animal people because the game is still kind of entirely balanced around being dwarves, but I was able to tweak that mod to make animal people civilizations only show up very rarely, so that you only get a couple of them per world at most. But in this one we've got two-humped camel men, adder men, so like snake people, cockatiel men, and mud men, which is like a creature that you might not have even heard of in Dwarf Fortress because they're really rare. They might be from like evil swamps or something. Yeah, there's only a population of 2, but there is a society of mud men somewhere out in this world. Plan for the fort, dino taming. Okay, Biggie Swizz asks, what's the plan for the fort? Dino taming, obviously, but any other goals? Well, I am particularly inclined to try and catch a wide variety of creatures, not just the new extinction creatures, but I would love to get giant animals, just savage creatures of all kinds, anything big and impressive, and it would be fun to try and use them for fort defense, use them just as pets to show off, and it would be cool to start somewhere next to one of these animal people civilizations. Yeah, Jurassic Park, Grant AUM. You know, you always got to go for Jurassic Park first when you get this update, because it lets you catch and tame dinosaurs. I mean, come on. But oddly, you kind of associate Jurassic Park with like tropical regions, but it seems like most of the dinosaurs actually show up in temperate regions. So it won't be quite the same vibes, but we are going to try and get as big a population of those guys as we can. But then beyond that, it'd be cool to start next to an animal civilization so that we can like just have interactions with them and see them like coming in their caravans of camel people or whatever. But I don't have a lot of specific plans here besides that. You know, I want to just start up a fort and see where it goes. So there was somewhere that I had. It'd be nice to be around here because this is where the camel people are. Though they have recently added an update that lets you send out diplomats to make contact with like any other civilization in the world as long as there's like land access to them. So I don't actually necessarily need to be really close to those guys in order to encounter them. So yeah, let me go back and find that first temperate forest bordering a shrubland, because that one was savage, which is what we are looking for. I've gotten myself distracted. I don't suppose anybody would remember where that was. No, it wouldn't be there. Oh, maybe there's a perfect spot here, except it's not connected by a land. There is like a tiny little space here that is a gap that prevents basically any other civilization from reaching us if we start on this little island. So I don't want that one. Gonna need to have sharp eyes here. Just looking for savage spots that have temperate forest and temperate shrubland. Any other biomes are helpful, but not required. Maybe I never found one that was on the coast, and so I... Okay, here we go. So there is... Ah, okay, here we go. Perfect little spot here. So we've got temperate shrubland, temperate broadleaf forest, temperate ocean that has deep water in it, and all of them untamed wilds. So let's see who we've got around us. First of all, I saw there were elves nearby. We don't want to play as mudmen, I don't think. That would be a weird society. Where are the nearest dwarves? I like playing like whatever dwarven civilization is nearest to the site that I'm going to be establishing. It just feels more logical. Like those would be the guys who would be the most likely to settle there. But are there even any dwarves anywhere near here? We might be really on the frontier of dwarven society. I mean, there are dwarves down here. Those are probably the closest dwarves. Yeah, these guys are up there. Okay, so these dwarves have gone far afield. The constructs of noiselessness. Speaking of noise, is the audio sounding all right? Let me know if the music is a little too loud. I'll turn it down. Okay, constructs of noiselessness. We've got a population of 1900. A queen named Mafal. There are elves and goblins nearby. Where's the nearest, like, animal civilization? There are humans down here. We can make contact later. There's, like, a shit ton of tombs here. Oh, no. Okay, I can see what's happened. So this is the two-humped camel man civilization. They're kind of like living in the Badlands. Well, they were, but there are so many tombs around them. I think like their kings kept dying, and so they kept burying them in tombs. But if you see, all the surroundings here are evil. Audio's good, but only coming through the left ear. Son of a gun. Okay, that's a problem. Let's see what I can do about that. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, my mic should just be on mono. Oh yeah, I can see it on OBS. Options. Okay, hopefully that will have fixed that. Thank you very much, Biggie Swizz CG, for telling me that, because listening to something in only one ear would have been a pain in the ass for me, so I'm sure it would have been for you guys. Anyway, these camel people seem to have built a bunch of tombs and then had had random adventurers come and crack open the tombs, thus raising camel mummies who got revenge by like creating like armies of camel zombies to attack the rest of the camel civilizations. So they're going through it over here. You can see like all of these evil regions from where it got corrupted by the mummy necromancers. And so we don't want to go over there, but maybe we'll make contact to say hi to the still surviving ones. Anyway, we have a pretty good spot right here. So let's see. I like having places that have a little bit of variety in the elevation, which is unfortunately not something you can usually get on the coast, but that's fine. We don't need that. Okay, yeah, this looks like an excellent spot here. Do we want more grassland or shrubland or more forest? I'm trying to think how much of each biome I want. If I was to go here, it would only be a tiny corner of shrubland, which would mean more trees. Though I guess, okay, so since we're starting on a, in like totally savage environments, we need to be really damn careful about agitating the wildlife, because the agitated wildlife, it's not going to be like giant crows or whatever. It's going to be velociraptors. Or Utah raptors. It's going to be tyrannosauruses. So we need to be very careful not to harass them too much and risk getting annihilated by angry dinosaurs. So in considering that, I think we don't want too much forest on the map. We don't want to have to cut away too many trees. So maybe something like this would be defensible. I think I'll go like this. Half the map is going to be ocean, but that means half the map can't have any invaders spawning on it. So we'll be able to like be completely defended from one side, and then we can like build a moat into the ocean and see where that goes. Let's see what we got here. Area with salt water, very difficult to survive. Area with a light aquifer, water might need to be pumped away. Selected a savage area, the wildlife may be very dangerous. That is what we're looking for. So we are ready to go. We're going to prepare carefully. I like to look at the dwarves really quick and see if there's anything in their personalities that would help with any particular job. But especially I like to look at their preferences, because it means you can like catch like, oh, this guy likes steel and swords, so you can like prepare him to be a weaponsmith and eventually make an awesome artifact weapon. So I'm always looking at artifacts here. Like this guy likes platinum, which could be good for a warhammer. Iron. So if this guy was a weaponsmith, they would really want to make an artifact iron spear, which would be pretty good, but not as good as an artifact steel spear. Big iron. Okay, so this guy likes platinum and crossbows. And an artifact platinum crossbow wouldn't be that great. Oh, okay, this guy likes platinum and likes warhammers. Perfect. Yeah, so this guy is going to be our weaponsmith. We'll put him on skilled. What other traits? I don't want to spend too much time here and just waste everybody's time. This guy likes Triceratop horn. That's fun. Okay, we'll just start adding skills that we need regardless of their preferences. That was the most important one. We want to see that artifact platinum warhammer. I'm not sure if this... I didn't really check the metals too closely on this spot. It looked like there was a lot, looked like there was iron and such, but I don't know if we'll have platinum, so we might need to import that. This guy wants to craft a great work of art. So you can be like our... like mason. Eventually they'll make like a artifact rock weapon rack or something. Well, we'll need a miner, so let's grab that. Let's do 2 miners. The stone mason guy can also be a mechanic. We don't really need a lot of points in mechanic, but a couple won't hurt nobody. Do we have anybody with good like qualities for being the like military, the chief military dwarf? Is it under health description? No, it doesn't show us the physical traits. Willpower, that's decent, I think. Iron will. Poor spatial senses, I think that's bad for combat. This guy hates purring maggots. I can understand that. Okay, let's just start assigning skills. We're gonna put Axe Dwarf. Always love to have an Axe Dwarf. I like to put Tactician on whoever I give some combat skills to start with, because that's a skill that like you can't really train without risking your dwarves by sending them out into combat without a tactician. So that is worth getting. Dodger is good. I'll give you some kind of skill relevant to actually working in the fortress here so that you're not just totally wasting all your time at game start. Gem cutter. We'll give somebody here like the wood related skills. Woodcrafter, carpenter, and woodcutter, and butcher, sure. This person, they can read emotions and have a natural inclination towards language. That sounds like the kind of person that could be decent as like a manager and like early like mayor expedition leader. So let's, where was this? We want, there's a bunch of little tiny skills that are sort of hard to keep track of and remember exactly what they do, but they are relevant. Here, you can be our doctor as well. Skilled diagnostician. Couple points in furnace operating, sure. What else don't we have that we are gonna need? Planter. I'm not gonna, I'll put it on the miner. Weaponsmith can also be like a novice armorsmith and blacksmith. This miner, yeah, we have 2 miners, that's good. I think that fishing, we're going to be on the coast, so fishing would give us a lot of food, but I think that fishing is actually something that agitates the wildlife, so we might not be able to make use of fishing. That might be too dangerous. We do not want angry dinos attacking us. I'll put some points in fishing just in case we run out of food. Bone carver, sure. Running out of the really important stuff. Leather working. And a couple points in clothier, why not? Okay, that should do it for the skills. I like to get rid of like all the wood products and like the leather products because you can just make those instead. And that saves you a crazy number of points. I also like to get rid of, oh, let's see. I've got like a mod, I think, that lets me do this. Just edit the numbers directly. I like to add more variety to the alcohol in case anybody is a particular fan of dwarven beer or whatever. And get some rum going. Giant hamster sweetbread. Gotta have giant hamster sweetbread. Most of this costs the same amounts. Okay, deer leather. That seems like a normal thing to have. There's a lot of very strange leather options here. Like, I don't want giant fly leather or whatever. So give like, how much is that? 20? 20 should do us for now. How much do logs cost? Because there will be wood on site, but I really gotta not cut down too much too early. Not until we've got like some means to cut down the tree, or sorry, means to catch the dinosaurs that are going to show up to try and eat us once we cut down too many trees. I don't know why the dinosaurs care that much, but they will. Wood. Maple, why not? We'll bring like 10 logs. I'm gonna grab animals because those are some of the costliest things, so I don't want to spend all of my points and not have enough for them. Just checking to see if there were any dinos on there. There shouldn't be, but okay, so the alpacas are always a excellent choice. So where are they on here? They give wool, they give milk, I think. There's llamas. Are there no alpacas? Oh, there we go. Is there any other animals that I usually bring? Oh, turkeys, of course. Turkeys give loads of eggs. I've actually heard that the dinosaurs in this update like breed like crazy. They're just laying eggs all over the place. So we might have dinosaur egg omelets in abundance if we manage to catch these guys. Hopefully they'll show up in good numbers. And then we'll be able to breed our own. I want to find some lye. I want to bring some lye because this stuff is vital for soap making and easier to bring than to try and make yourself. It's just such a pain in the ass to make the materials for soap. What else is it that we need? I've got the leather, I've got the wood. What do we got for seeds? Start with some larger seed numbers. I feel like there's something that I'm forgetting here. I could bring like one good axe for the that like military dwarf I have, because they're an axe dwarf. It's pretty expensive, but I don't know that I need any anything else here besides maybe some food. Yeah, I'll bring an iron battle axe. We'll have lots of giant hamster sweetbread. Can I... Oh, I'll get rid of some of these pigtail bags. That'll save us a lot. And then we can just bring some more cloth to make our own stuff. And I'll bring a little more alcohol. There we go. Alright, so now it is time for the fortress name. Purple Mine. I don't think so. Stockade Blot, Spell Waxes, Watch Bridged, Gorge Roads. If we were in a mountain, maybe. Drilled pages, Earthen Stoke. Curl Spear. Clobbered Inked. That looks like Clobbered Inked. Honorcraft, huh? That sounds like a Minecraft server name. Grave Luttered. What the fuck is Luttered? I've never heard that word before in my life. I gotta look up what this means. YouTube doesn't seem to know. I must be reading this wrong. Gravel Uttered. Gravel Uttered, not Grave Luttered. Ore Balanced. Lightning Land. Bolt Shoot, Shoot Carry, Fire Rage, Wealthy Guilt. Toneswords. Toneswords, that's pretty good. That kind of rolls off the tongue. Group name, the Orb of Phantoms. The Old Ore. The Old Ore is pretty good. We're on the coast. That works. Group symbol. Can I, like, make a boat or something on here? It'd kind of be cool to actually, like, build a big wooden boat out in the ocean, like it would just be a static structure. You know, you can't go swimming or sailing around in it, but like you could build a like big dock out of wood and build something that at least looks like a boat. So we're going to start an image of a toy boat and a Tyrannosaurus. Is shooting one of the options here? Yeah, okay. The boat is shooting the Tyrannosaurus. So we are going to be, maybe we'll build a, like, boat fortress and then have, like, bolt throwers on it to shoot down the dinosaurs before they kill us. The rough decisions, fine. Okay, these are some rough decisions we're making here. I think we're ready to go. So, embark. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Aban Zaled. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now, and enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the Daonicus men get hungry. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but that's some kind of dinosaur. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place, Baldestat. Toneswords, strike the earth. So, let's see what we're working with here. Zoom all the way out. It's interesting, like, this, like, rocky, sandy beach here. It's kind of got a distinctive look to it. Then some layers of salt water. It looks like we have kaolinite, which is in pretty decent numbers. And that is used in making porcelain. So we could have some fine dwarven china here. Lots of trees. And thins out a little bit up here. So we'll have to be careful not to cut down too many too fast. Got raspberries, bilberries, whip vines, hemp. So good amount of supplies here. What units are on the map right now? Oh, just some sea otters. That's lovely. Well, we'll leave them alone unless they try anything. So, we are going to designate some plant gathering because these dwarves are going to get hungry. We'll break down the wagon, get that lumber. So I'm wondering whether we should actually start, like, as backed up into the water or like next to the water as possible, so that we can have more defensible structure back here. But I guess we want to have growing area on the surface, so we will be building to defend this spot. So we might as well start in the middle here. I'm going to build a pasture for all of our animals. I guess I'll just put everything in there, except the cats. The cats can run around and kill vermin. Did I mess that up? No, we're good. We'll cut down some trees right on around where our wagon is. So we got to be careful. I think, I'm not 100% on this, but I think that the limit before the dinosaurs start attacking is 25 trees. If we cut down 25 trees, the animals will start to get very angry at us and agitated and try to kill us, and probably succeed because there's a lot of dinosaurs out here, presumably. So we don't want to cut down more than 25, and then every year you get an additional 10 trees you're allowed to cut down. That's what I saw online. Not 100% sure if that's accurate, but starting with 5 trees here should be fine. And then we'll send our miners down to start digging an exploratory tunnel to see what we can find. Alright, team, let's go. So they are working away, grabbing plants. We got the wagon broken down. Always just pleasant to see the dwarves just tirelessly chipping away at their little jobs here. Whoever is our miner should be just mining for now. We don't want people leaving this stuff undug. Got loamy sand, silty clay. Oh, tetrahedrite. Alright, so that's our first useful mineral here. Use that for... oh, dolomite. Dolomite has a nice look to it, and it is magma safe. That's where we'll probably be digging our fortress into. We found damp stone, so that is where the light aquifer is going to be. Do we want to dig the fortress below the aquifer in order to be able to just have mist running down through the fortress at all times? That could be helpful. But let's start digging down and see what we've got to work with here. Is there a... yeah, we want to... dig through just the damp tiles. Just ignore... The dwarves are presently having a little bit of trouble because they're scared of the aquifer water. They think it's going to drown them. But it's a light aquifer, so they don't have much to worry about. Digging into there. Got conglomerate. I would love to dig into the dolomite itself as like the main body of our fortress. But... get a little covered in a small amount of water. Okay, looks like at least down 18 levels the aquifer gives out. Oh, maybe not. This one doesn't show up as damp, at least. Oh, it's just there's like a little bit of water that has leaked in, and so it's dampening the stone and making them think there's more aquifer where there is not. So what we want to do is block off the actual aquifer tiles, which I guess is from -16 to -9. So I guess we'll just dig a big empty space there, and then we can fill it in with rock blocks at our discretion. So I'm going to start making workshops up here so that my dwarves will have somewhere to do their business. Let's get a farm plot going there. We will need a mason's workshop, or a stoneworker's workshop, to start making rock blocks, start making furniture, start making all of the dwarven amenities. Carpenter. I guess I'll have to break down some of these workshops and reclaim the logs eventually, because we don't have a huge number of logs to work with. Might be better to use stone, even though it'll take longer to actually bring the stone up here. Build a mechanics workshop. We are going to need mechanisms to operate our doors and keep the dinos out. So I'm not seeing those otters anymore. Oh, they're swimming around in the water. That's fun. And I can see schools of herring. Well, they're enjoying themselves. So where does... So if the aquifer starts just below the dolomite, that would make for an easy well, but I don't know if the water would, like in places, block us from making the fortress we want to make. Whereas if we build it below into the claystone down here, we can create little access tunnels to the aquifer for it to drip down into the fortress. So that might be a good idea. In any case, we're gonna need... Well, I'm just gonna wait for them to finish these workshops up. Then we can make stone blocks, and we can start building stuff. I'm gonna need a still to brew that delicious dwarven booze. There we go. I'm gonna do a farmer's workshop so we can start getting like milk and such. I like to just set up a bunch of workshops on the surface here for the first, like, you know, half a year, just so the dwarves can immediately get started on everything that they need to do. We don't have any barrels. Okay, so we're gonna make some rock pots. Can I not do that at the stoneworkers? Is that a... I think that's a craft store thing. There we go. Rock pots. Make a bunch of those. We're gonna need tables and chairs in order to create an organizer or manager office, and then once we have that, it'll be a lot less. Excuse me, need some water. But once we have an organizer, it will be a lot easier to make all of these job orders. Okay, that'll do. So they're out digging out these sections. And then we're going to block them off so that we can avoid drowning ourselves. Luckily, the oh wow, the stairway is already starting to fill up. But it's very slow with the light aquifers, so there's not too much to worry about. Okay, we've got some pots getting made, so now we can start brewing some alcohol. Plump Helmet wine. Can't go wrong. All right. I am going to start making a tunnel down into the fortress, our main fortress entrance. Let's start it here. We're gonna make it like a 3 wide set of ramps so that we can actually get our dwarven caravan into the fortress proper. We can lock it all up, have it be safe and sound. Which means we're going down level by level. Is anything dangerous on the map? Nope. Still just sea otters playfully running through the forest. But they might be on their way out. This one's in a pond. The ocean like mist here, it used to look a lot cooler with back in the Assy days. It had like this coastal animation of the actual water flowing across the beach in like tidal wave, or not tidal waves, but in waves. And unfortunately, they have not been able to recreate that in the graphical version. But the mist is still nice. So I guess we just gotta keep going down. Now we're into the Dolomite. Now we're into the Aquifer. I guess it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass to block up all these sections of the tunnel that's going through the aquifer, because with a just a vertical staircase shaft here, it's not that difficult to just dig out all the tiles around it and fill it in with blocks. But if I'm going to dig this tunnel down through like 6 layers of aquifer or whatever, I am going to need to cover up the walls on every single layer of that. So for now, what we might end up doing is just dig it out and have like kind of a drain that can get rid of the excess water. Let's see. I'm actually going to make kind of a spiral staircase using ramps here, because if I expand out too far, if I like go make this set of ramps that just goes off down into the east here, then when I eventually want to make a moat around the fortress, I'm just not going to be able to. I'm going to dig down and hit the tunnel, and won't be able to go any deeper. So we are going to instead do it like this. A little more time consuming, but worth it in the long run. Oops. Wait, hang on. I don't think I've lined this up correctly, because I'm going to start digging. Oh, wait. No, I lined it up fine. It's just that I dug out more here, so it's going to connect in here. But we can always block it off. All right. Thrilling gameplay here, I know. I apologize for this being a little bit of a drag. But, okay, that's as far as the aquifer goes, so that's as far as we need to dig at the moment. And we can watch the miners just plugging away at it. Maybe I should make a little temple up on the surface, because that really improves their moods. I know there's not a lot to... it's not very impressive. It's just a section of grass that we're calling a temple, but if it'll get them worshipping, it'll make them happier. There they go, digging away into the dolomite. That is a flux stone, so we can use it for making steel if we can get a hold of some iron. It would be amazing if we also found coal, because then we wouldn't need to be burning the trees so much, so we would be not agitating the wildlife and getting killed by dinosaurs. And that's kind of our main goal here, is to not get killed by dinosaurs. Luckily, the otters are not such a threat. We got some gemstones in this tunnel here. Alright, just let him dig. Oh, I guess we should start making beds. Definitely gonna need those. Oh. Gotcha. 7 beds for 7 dwarves. Brew some drinks. What's everybody up to? Most of them are just praying. That's fine if it keeps them from being sad. I don't want sad dwarves. Nobody wants sad dwarves. Gonna make some rock blocks as well. Always need a lot of rock blocks. Off they go about their tasks. I wonder if I should find that military dwarf and just start them training with that axe, because we never know what's going to show up next, and if we're going to get like raptors coming after us, having at least one guy ready to go with an axe is probably not a bad idea. Military commander. Our expedition leader is the military commander. They have the skills. Melee, metal armor, sure. No, I need to mess with their orders in order to get them to do what we want them to do. Equip always, sleeping room at will, and at least 5 of these guys training. I think that's good. Oh wait, that's the off-duty one. Whatever, that's fine. I think I've done that correctly. The military menu for the Steam version is better, but it is still a little bit unclear at times. Let's just build a training barracks just to have one guy with an axe ready to go use it on anyone that attacks. The Castles of Evisceration. Excellent. Now, hopefully, if I've done this right, our expedition leader is going to go off and grab an axe and start training. It says training session. Pick up. Yep. Okay. So we got an axe. They're training. Perfect. If I train them on the surface, then they won't get cave adaptation, which means we won't have to worry so much about them vomiting when they're supposed to be fighting. Just puking their guts up instead of sticking their weapons in the enemy's guts. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and start blocking off some of these tiles that are exposed to the aquifer so that we don't have to worry about getting flooded. Ooh, native copper. Whoa, 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 whoa. Smilodon. Smilodon is fighting. Okay, well, it appears that my impulse was pretty good there. Okay, so we have barely started, and already we have had... I believe a Smilodon is like a saber-toothed tiger. Smilodon mutilated corpse. So a Smilodon attacked our woodworker. Our expedition leader ran in and just sliced that bastard in half. What was it? Hacked it in the neck with the iron battle axe, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. Okay. So that was a nearly a disaster. But the woodworker is alive. Head torn open. That's not good. We're gonna need to build a really shitty makeshift hospital real quick. Okay, so if I put... This is where the aquifer starts, I think. So if I dig like into here, and then just have a tiny little section that dips down into the aquifer, then water will fill it up. We can use the water to like hydrate our injured dwarf, because they will not be able to drink regular water. If we can get a bed set up in here, we'll be in business. Okay, we have some beds. We can set this as a hospital. I guess a hospital is a type of meeting area. Okay, excellent. The barricaded house. So hopefully this guy, Olan, our woodworker, will be carried over to... Okay, he's in the hospital. We don't have a bed in the hospital yet, but he's in the hospital. Now we got a bed in the hospital. Okay, now we need to assign a chief medical dwarf, Vabok, the diagnostician. So I am feeling vindicated in my choices of skills right now, because if we didn't have a military dwarf and a medical dwarf, we might be in a pretty bad situation at the moment. Do I need to personally... Yeah, okay. Vabok has been assigned. Hopefully they're going to go over, get this guy in bed properly, and... Oh, what'd you do? They went over. Let's see. Treatment. Needs cleaning, needs sutures, needs dressing. Well, we don't have a lot of that. We might need a farmer's workshop to get the thread and cloth Okay, let's see. Shear animal and spin thread. That's going to be our next job here. And we can use that stuff, the cloth and the thread, in order to bandage up the wounds of our woodworker who got bitten by a Smilodon. I need to look at what a Smilodon actually looks like in real life. I mean, obviously we don't have pictures, but I want to look more closely at what we're dealing with here. Artist interpretations. Okay, yeah, no, that is saber-toothed cats. Okay, so I guess it's just kind of what you would imagine from a saber-toothed tiger. Can I show this off? There we go. Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. Not something you want to attack you, but apparently they are weak to iron battle axes. Okay. I think this guy's going to survive, but hopefully we don't run into that problem again. So the other thing that is on the map now is Entelodon, something like that. These things, a large bulky mammal with a large snout. It can run quickly on its thin legs. Oh wait, I've still got YouTube open. Let me get rid of that. Or oh, it's doing the whole infinite tunnel. Yeah, stream is inside the stream, blocking the view. I'm trying to figure out how to... There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, most things are weak to iron battle axes. That's why I brought one. So hopefully these ones don't come to try and kill us. But we have an iron battle axe if they do. Okay, so we are working here. I guess if we could get this Smilodon butchered, that could be some nice meat there. Yeah, fort is kind of getting flooded very slowly here. Got a couple of things putting some pressure on us, but at the moment we're still basically fine. The guy's injured, but I think he's starting to get some treatment. Oh no, somebody's just putting a bunch of cloth and thread in the hospital. I don't think they've actually given this guy any treatment yet. One group of citizens is stranded. Oh, that guy just like fell into the water. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's starting to flood up pretty bad. Okay, this is worse than I had thought. What is our approach going to be? I guess we just dig a drain. That's the obvious way to save this guy from drowning. Basically, this miner here was going to dig down further in, and the water started filling up, and now he's like can't get out. So we need to immediately drain this before he just straight up drowns. I was a little too hasty in my digging plans, I'll grant you that. So, coming at it from above, this is the access point. So maybe if we... Gotta be careful. If we dug, like, there, that would start to drain out. And then we could... have our other miner come down. Oh, okay, so they have... Looks like our guy has escaped from watery death, but we don't have any of them. Okay, they're just sleeping and eating. So the miners will work at it, but there we go. Now we're going to be able to drain out some of this water and get back to work. Entelodons are good, but you're really lucky if you get a big dinosaur or extinct mammal. I have a bunch of Paraceratherium, I believe is how it's pronounced, and their raws / materials are worth so much. Yeah, those ones look like a like if you combined like a rhinoceros with a giraffe. They're bizarre. I would like to encounter some of those guys. I said as much before stream, but it's very fortuitous that you're back, as I'm regaining interest in Dwarfort as well. Glad you're not dead. Well, thank you. I am glad I'm not dead too. I am excited to be playing around in the fortress here. This guy has jumped into the water again. Okay, he's alive. So yeah, we are running into some problems here. I did not expect this much water to be flowing out. But I guess when you dig this many entrance points into a into an aquifer, that's kind of what happens, isn't it? Okay, so we got to be smart about this. First of all, I'm going to get the... I'm going to create a zone to gather water so that people can drink and not die of thirst if they're injured. We're going to try and expand out the hospital in hopes that we can get this guy to actually be put into a bed. This is not going smoothly. This cat is like drowning. Look at that fucking doofy ass face. Okay, cat's fine. Okay. Is this drain even really helping? Not much. Maybe we just need to, like, dig an entire tunnel off the map. That would work. As long as we don't hit the... Ooh, I just realized we are currently digging damp stuff, which means that we could hit the ocean. No. The ocean comes to a stop at elevation -6. So we're fine in that regard. We've just got a water park starting to form down here. Maybe the move is to focus on cutting off the flow of water at the top, because we don't seem to be digging fast enough to actually drain this out. If we could find a cavern, that would make this really easy. Whatever. Okay, I'm just going to go to the entire map's edge, and then we can drain this out, and there will be no more problem. Oh, I took off damp dig. Did I? Wait, what? Yeah, got a water slide going on. At least the dwarves are probably getting some like positive mood bonuses just from being in the water. You know what I think I need to do is make it so the hospital is not... Make it so that only the area with the bed is considered part of the hospital, and then hopefully they'll take this guy into the actual hospital. He'll be forced onto a bed, and then they'll be able to give him some medical treatment. Actually, he just ran off, so maybe he's fine. He's got some dents in him, but that's fine. He's gonna be good. All right. That's one crisis averted. I'm going to start cutting gems because it'll be autumn before we know it. And we need something to trade. So we're trying to block off this little tunnel here so that we no longer have that source of water coming at us. We are going to have just this kind of tunnel of water down here. Oh, this actually taps into... Okay, so it's all going to get drained out by our little drain system here, so we don't got anything to worry about as long as the rest of this doesn't fill up before the drain is complete, which I am actually somewhat worried about because this whole thing is probably aquifer. We're probably digging a drain through the aquifer, so the aquifer is going to still keep dumping more water in. So yeah, there is cause for some concern. Let's see. We might as well get a temporary workshop set up, or a temporary office set up so that we can start doing our actual bookkeeping, start figuring out the exact numbers of items that we have, start getting work orders completed, because that will make this a lot more efficient on my end. No, not a meeting area. Office. Then I guess we need to actually assign our broker. Okay, chief medical dwarf, bookkeeper, manager. Are manager and organizer the same thing now? Okay, that should be fine. So there's our manager. We are building that office there. We are only mildly concerned. Okay, this is a dinosaur looking kind of guy. Very tiny. Hypsilophodon or something. These guys are small, feathered bipedal dinosaurs with an opposable fifth finger. It is an herbivore. It has a beaked mouth. Well, that's a lovely little fella. And it's not going to try to eat us, I suspect. First true dinosaur uncovered. Should I just start making some cage traps? No, we got bigger priorities. We now know how much food and drink we have. Looks like a decent supply so far. I wonder if I can start farming on some of these areas that are muddy. I don't know if I need to have all the water drained out first. This was meant to be like a grand entrance hall that the caravans could come through, but we are a little preoccupied with our problems here. So this is just starting to become like a really shitty vertical fortress. Like, I guess I'll put a little meeting hall down here for the dwarves to hang out in, because this is the only indoor area we've got. Okay, so now updating stockpile records. We got that going on. Group is stranded. Don't tell me that. Where? Oh, never mind. We're good. They suspended the farm plot. Okay, there we go. Now we can start farming plump helmets. That will keep us alive. Always a fan of being alive. Did we did butcher the Smilodon. Excellent. Alright, let's see. Okay, we got our train tunnel getting dug out. Everything is going to be fine, okay? We're fine. This is not a problem. We're not going to drown. Oh god. Okay, well, never mind. So the reason that there was a little notification that said, oh, somebody's stranded. That notification went away. I assumed that that was because they were no longer stranded. The actual reason it went away is because they are no longer alive. One of the miners has drowned in this water. So, yeah, we have had our first casualty of the fortress in their watery grave. It's unfortunate, but these are the dangers of digging into aquifers. I've never had this much trouble with just light aquifers. They're usually like a total non-issue, but this one is so big that it's created some problems. Yeah, we got Biggie Swizz CG in chat. As cheap as it might be, I do like to use looks like a df hack command to see where the aquifers are before digging. Avoids a lot of the mess. Yeah, but I'm kind of here for the mess, right? The mess is part of why I'm even playing this game. Like, I'm delighted that one of my dwarves have died. I'm not, it's not good that they died, but it's like, hey, losing is fun, Not good for them, but it makes things a little bit more entertaining for us. So, oh, hello. Okay, they were found dead, drowned. That, I already found them. This, oh great, another citizen is stranded. This one's our weaponsmith. Hey guys, could you not go into the water? All right, let's see. I feel like this guy's going to die in a couple of moments. This is probably because they were like going to go and try and get his stuff from down there, like the clothes and pickaxe. So I'm going to forbid that dwarf. I think the only thing I can do here is hope that this man escapes on his own. I don't think there's anything I can do to stop this guy from drowning besides wait and see. Please get out. Nope. Okay, we are in an emergency situation now. I'm a fan of your work. You've made some of the best Dwarf Fortress content I've seen. What would you like to see come next to Dwarf Fortress? Well, the next thing that's coming to Dwarf Fortress is pretty exciting because, like, the next update they've got planned is essentially the first really big steps in the Myths and Magic update. So what they've got going on right now is they're working on like creating resident wizards. So you would essentially get like a petition, I assume sort of like a scholar works in the current version, where they would, great, an injured citizen. What happened? They got cut open a bit due to another Smilodon attack. Okay, so the dog attacked that little tiny dinosaur and either killed them or killed their ass. So now we have a another Smilodon that our military dwarf attacked, and I suspect killed because I don't see him around. They took some wounds, but they should be fine. So yeah, it's dangerous work out here. I do need to like get my shit together in this fort before we all end up dying, because this is starting to get a little dire. Anyway, resident wizards. So like sometimes like in the current version you get like a necromancer that just shows up in a migrant wave, and they just happen to be a wizard. It sounds like going forward, the main way of mages showing up is going to be that they'll like be visitors to your tavern or something. Come and just ask to join. And why are you stranded? You shouldn't be stranded. There's ways in. Upward slope. Did I build a block that blocks it off? I don't know why it says that. But they'll petition, they'll like ask for like certain kinds of workshops, maybe special materials. There's all sorts of like new magical workshops. And I don't know how to get rid of this menu. There we go. And then you can please stop getting in the water. I guess they're getting like splashed in. We're almost to the edge. Once we're at the edge, we're free. We can get all this water out of here. So they'll ask for specific, like I assume housing, like nobles and such, and workshops, and then they'll be able to like cast fireballs on your enemies and such. So there's a lot of exciting opportunities there, right? Like they mentioned like you could, or Tarn mentioned like you could theoretically like maybe have a spell that summons like a small amount of water that you could use to fill up like a well or something, or a spell that summons like an entire ocean. And this guy keeps getting blown into the water by the... Oh, if that pickaxe is lost, we're fucked. Okay. This is not good. You could summon a whole ocean to like drown an attacking siege or something, or fill up your waterworks, fill up your cistern, fill up an entire moat, flood the world. So like that's just a couple of examples. Fireballs for sure we're getting, and it's implied that summoning water is on the table. So I'm excited about that. Like the options for creating oh my god, this is getting so dangerous. The options for magic there, they've mentioned like being able to make magic items, being able to like cast ritual spells. There's a lot of cool ideas. What might interest me most about the magic ideas is that they talked about are the new magical regions. So right now, there are like the good aligned regions and the evil aligned regions, and they're kind of magical, right? especially the evil aligned regions having like the dangerous weather and such. But it sounds like eventually they're hoping to make it so that like there are regions that are aligned with like all of the different magical spheres. This guy's like climbing on the wall to avoid drowning. I get it. But you're gonna have to get off of there eventually. But each of like the magical spheres that the gods have, like this god is associated with agriculture, this god is associated with the rain, that sort of thing. There will be magical regions that have properties related to that. So you could have, like, this is a swamp that is associated with rumors or pregnancy or something. Like any of those things that the gods can be associated with. And then there would be magical effects relating to those. So that is especially exciting for me. The idea of like all this new variety added to the world map. Oh my god, this room is filling up with water. Oh, this guy's in trouble. Oh no. Okay. We gotta rethink this. We're so close to the edge of the map here. So close. But like you can't get anywhere. So, okay, you have to understand what's happening here is that this guy has gone and dug this tunnel out to fill the water. Right now, the entrance to that tunnel he is in is completely full. There's essentially a wave of water that is slowly pushing into here. And once it fills the room, he is drowned. If I can get him to just dig a little bit more, then he can escape. But I don't know, man. This is rough. Okay. Stairwell. No, stairwell would lead into the ocean. No, wait. We can get... If we get, like, part of the way up, but not all the way up, then he can escape the water. Please dig. He can't. There's too much water. Okay, we might be fucked here, guys. Because then both of our pickaxes are about to be underwater, where nobody can get to them. Like, I think the water is too full. This is awful. This is like a scene out of Titanic or something. Just like the room is just filling up with water. I think this guy's doomed. But he's satisfied upon improving swimming. Because there's just no way to dig into here. Even if we manage to somehow block off all the water. He, oh, there's a drowned cat. Like, if there is too much water on the tile he's standing on, he can't do any jobs. This guy is, I don't think there's anything we can do for him. We're just going to have to try and survive up here. Okay. So, we're just going to have to rely on migrants and caravans now, because there is nothing at all that we can do to stop the horrors here. I did not expect this to go this bad. Okay, is there anybody that can do anything useful? We have our expedition leader. Okay, so this is our expedition leader and our doctor, and they're wounded. So we can't actually they're not going to do any work because they are trying to rest. So they're not going to go feed the other wounded dwarf. They're not going to feed themselves. So what we need now to stop more death and destruction is to get the rest of the dwarves assigned to doing like orderly tasks. Well, we already got everybody on this. So maybe... Okay, Vabak, is going to be assigned to only do this like doctoring stuff. So, oh, we need buckets to bring them water. Okay, okay. Get the carpenters to make the buckets. Use the buckets to hydrate our wounded dwarves. Use them to amass enough resources to trade with the caravan and get some pickaxes so that we can get back to work and actually build a fortress down here. We have a plan. Are you... You are meditating on fortresses. What if instead of doing that, you did some work? Woodworker is resting. That's probably the only guy who's going to do carpentry. So I need to assign someone else to do carpentry. No, everybody's allowed to do carpentry. So I guess we just have too many tasks for anything to get done. We have lots of plump helmets getting grown. That is one thing that is actually being accomplished. Man, this guy's still alive. He's just swimming down here. Oh, this is grim. Because there's just nothing we can do to get this guy out of here. Whew. A moment of silence. He's not even dead yet, but the quest for knowledge never ends. Your quest for knowledge is about to end, my friend. Oh, just seeing the drowning winded just becoming more and more frequent. I can't watch this, guys. Okay, we're harvesting plants. That will keep us alive. These guys are dehydrated. There's nothing I can... Okay, okay, we're gonna take this mason. We're gonna tell him, don't farm. You can't be farming right now. We can work on farming later. Okay, Mason, please do something more useful. Stop harvesting plants. What's going on? It's like he keeps getting his job canceled. Worship. No, please, just make buckets. Do we have buckets? Maybe we successfully made them already. Oh, I don't... No, I do have Carpenter's Workshop. Why isn't anyone doing carpentry? We need carpentry in order to hydrate our dwarves and not die. I guess I can put it as an emergency order. Hopefully someone will do it. Thank God. But why would they not be feeding? Oh yeah, no, that guy's... Whew. I did this. I sent this man to his death. This blood is on my hands. God, that's taken a long time. This is taking probably days in game time. He's just drowning. There he goes. Whew. Okay. Let's try not to do that again. Do we have buckets yet? Is anybody... We have 4 guys left. So, oh no, are you dying? I think everybody's like gotten hydrated, gotten fed. Our remaining dudes are going to live. We have no space to actually Or we have very limited space to habitate in because most of where we were digging has been flooded. But oh my god, what is happening now? There are thylacine men that are attacking us. Thylacines are like, they're not even that big, aren't they? A striped mammal person. Small striped mammal person. We got this, right? Oh, they're just like fighting one of our dogs. Let me see if I can send my military guy out to stop these thylacine men. Thylacine are extinct creatures. There we go. Yeah, killed the thylacine man. I think this is more of a recently extinct thing, like the dodos. Or how long ago did the thylacines exist? I only know about these guys because of a RimWorld mod that adds extinct animals. Thylacine. So these guys were like these striped like dog Tasmanian tigers. Extinct species. So okay, apparently the Museum of Australia says that they were totally wiped out in 1936. So, you know, not as ancient as some of these other creatures that we've encountered. Alright, let's see. Let me close that. Okay, was anybody wounded too badly? Oh my god, everybody's getting cut open. This is not how I had hoped this fort would go. This might just be a dead end and we're gonna have to restart. We do not have a lot of people left. We haven't even agitated these guys. These were just thylacines that came up and our dogs picked a fight with or whatever. Okay, we can at least get... we can get this... We got a little dormitory set up here. Let me fix that. So now they have somewhere to sleep. I'm setting up a dining area so they'll have somewhere to eat. Hopefully they won't go insane. All we need to do is hold out until like we get a caravan, we get some new migrants. We just gotta hold out till then. We have bones. Let's make bone crafts because we need to trade. Where? Craft store, workshop. Where does it? Oh, there we go. Just make bone crafts. Somebody go do that. We got a plump helmet farm. I should probably make a stockpile to put like the thylacine man corpses because I don't really need those stinking up the place. Corpses. Refuse. For now, I'll just leave it all. Okay, why does it say you're stationed? I have left you stationed here for no good reason. No, I do not want to disband this squad. Just stop stationing. Oops. All right. We're making bone Smilodon bone crowns and earrings. We'll be able to sell those. Our soldier man is not wounded. It actually says he's indefatigable now. Just mighty and very rarely sick. Tall and thin with incredible muscles. So all of the fighting Smilodons has, in fact, gotten this guy pretty ripped. I'm going to try and block off some of these sources of water, as futile as it might be. Circumstances are pretty grim here in, what do we call this place? Oh, Toneswords. Yeah, that area is totally flooded. Next level up is totally flooded. Water's just building up here. Eventually we'll be able to drain it all out. I'm confident in that, but we're going to need some damn pickaxes for that, and we don't got them. Could we smelt pickaxes with what we have? I know we've found some copper ore, but is any of it exposed and available to us? I don't see any. Like, we haven't dug any yet. If we don't have any of the ore, we can't make any bars. We can't make any pickaxes to replace the ones that are at the bottom of our drowned fort. Our food stockpiles are getting lower. That's grand. So I'll assign some plant gathering here. I guess we're just waiting for autumn. These poor, miserable bastards. Oh, okay, migrants. Excellent, excellent. Please, anybody have a pickaxe? No? No. But we have 7 dwarves again. Let's see. This guy... You got a novice wound dresser, a talented wound dresser, and competent swords dwarf. So we actually have a second military dwarf here. And a stone worker. Engraver, mason, stone cutter. I guess we have a very limited amount of stone now that I think about it. None of it, like we can't dig anymore, and most of it's going to get buried in the water. So maybe I should start making a stockpile just to get rocks out from down there so that we can make use of them before they are buried in water. I guess I should start making a couple of stockpiles. Here we can put one for food. Food of all sorts. Barrels, that's fine. Hopefully the dwarves will start working on that. We got plant gatherers. Well, we aren't doing a lot of dino catching so far, I can tell you that much. I'm going to start making a couple of cage traps because we're going to need them eventually, and it would be a little sad to not catch anything at all in this this stream here. Look at that guy. Once he leaves, more creatures are going to spawn on the map, so looking forward to T-Rexes showing up and just eating all of us, putting us out of our misery. Got vomit in the hospital. So, is there anything we can do to make our situation a little bit less grim? I wonder why they're not hauling. Because this guy... No, they're just working on other stuff. Gathering plants, making mechanisms. We'll just leave them to try their best here. That's all they can do. I mean, it's a pleasant spot, you know. There's, you know, nice coastline here. Beautiful little forest. If we weren't here drowning ourselves, it would be quite idyllic. If there's water here, does that mean that I put the farm underwater? I guess I would have had to in order to get the damp stone. But this farm could indeed fill up with water. We can actually see there's like plump helmets and withered plump helmets that keep getting washed down into the flooded parts of the fort. And yeah, it's just like all throughout. Plump helmet spawn, plump helmets, withered plump helmets. Just a sad little water slide of mushrooms rotting in our fort here. Okay, we got some berries. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we can start making a wide variety of fruit and plant-based alcohol. So that is good. We're going to have a lot of variety of drinks. Going to have a lot of variety of food. Look at all that. Yeah. Okay. We got a couple of things going for us. Not many, but a couple. Spin some thread. Shear some animals. We got some cages here. I don't really have anywhere specific to put the cages, like the cage traps, because we don't have a real fortress. We just have a flooded tunnel with some bones in it. Maybe I should start making like a wall. I don't have enough stone blocks. No, I don't have enough materials to make a wall. If I did have a wall, then I could direct anything that's trying to enter the fortress, enter our, you know, area here, through a choke point that could then have some cage traps. But I don't know that that's going to happen. What we do need is a trade depot, because there we are relying completely on caravans to bring us some actual pickaxes. In fact, maybe it would be worthwhile to go out into the world here and try and make contact with some other civilizations in order to bring more trade and increase the chances that we're actually going to get the supplies that we need. It looks like we're allied with some humans, so they'll probably just come and hang with us. Are we close enough? It looks like we should be. For now, we'll leave him alone. Biggie Swizz CG says, yeah, I said, or just CG. They settled at the foot of a volcano, so they had a good choke point to start with. Always nice for defense there. At the moment, anybody can come from any direction, and we just have to hope that the guy we have that has an axe is gonna chop up the dinos before they kill us. Okay, we've got a trade depot. We've got a couple of gems and a lot of bone crafts. Some yarn, some alcohol. Not a lot to work with in terms of trade, but it's something. What creatures are on the map? Still that thylacine man just hanging out there, which is probably for the best, because if he leaves, more creatures can show up, and it can be a Tyrannosaurus, which we don't need in our lives right now. All right, let's see. We can chop down wood and use that as a building material, but the last thing we need right now is agitated wildlife. That will just annihilate us. Could always build a temporary awning, ceiling supported by some walls at the corners or on just two sides. It'll keep the dwarves out of the rain at least. Yeah, I mean, I could build a ceiling, right? But honestly, the rain is the least of my concerns. I mean, yeah, I guess, okay. What I could do is make a, like, gathering area, Now, if I build a ceiling, then it won't actually reverse cave adaptation. If there's a constructed ceiling, if like a dwarf is standing under a constructed ceiling, they won't gain cave adaptation like they would if they were standing under natural stone and like being underground. But they also, it won't reverse any cave adaptation they've had. So I kind of like having them exposed to the sky, even though it means they might get mad about the rain. It means that they will never end up getting cave adaptation, which would then cause them to be like vomiting whenever they step outdoors. So for now, I'm okay with having them having some surface dwarves. What is less pleasant is having no defenses and no way to actually work on the interior of the fortress. All right, we're saving. This world is 500 years large size, which is probably dumb of me, but so it takes a minute to save. There we go. Almost done. There we go. Okay. Autumn has come. Hopefully the dwarves have pickaxes. I guess if they at least have some metal bars, then we can at least get forge our own pickaxes. What a cluster. Smilodon fat. How do I make tallow? I would make tallow at a cook's workshop, right? We might be able to get some soap going. Kitchen, yes, yes, yes. No. Thylacine man's still here. There's also a crab in the ocean. Just, I'll keep you guys updated on the crab in the ocean. It was annoyed when caught in the rain. I don't know why a crab would be annoyed in the rain. Ooh, we have a little bit of tetrahedrite, actually. Okay. So, what we want to do is make a... Where's a regular smelter? There's a regular smelter. Oh, I have no fire-safe building material that I can use. Am I out of dolomite? That would make sense. Okay, well... Still just playing the waiting game here. Oh, these alder trees are like turning yellow in the autumn. That's quite lovely. Chopped up Smilodon bits. Oh, I should set the dwarves to gather refuse from outside. I never understood why they don't do that by default. Because, like, if I've set up a corpse stockpile, yeah, I want people to put the corpses away. Ooh. One of our dwarves has, like, 5 artifact family heirlooms here. Not here, not in the fortress, but, that's interesting. Maybe at some point we'll go and try and steal some of these things. This looks like a metal coffin. Kind of neat. Okay, what we are looking for is labor menu, standing orders. Hauling, dwarves. Right. Gather outdoor refuse, gather outdoor vermin remains, throw them in the garbage heap. So it looks like we have lots of food, lots of drink. We should be okay for now. Oh yeah, here they go. They're dumping all the crap here. We got people sleeping in our shitty little barracks, or what is it? Dormitory. This is definitely a really mediocre start to a fort, being in early autumn and not even having dug out anything meaningful, considering it's all full of water and minor corpses. Okay, though it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Constructs of Noiselessness is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting your splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves. Take careful stock of your stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I'm not sure how slow it'll be, but let's see what we can give them. Amulets, for sure, we have no use of. All of these gemstones, earrings, figurines, scepters and rings. I think that's kind of all I've got. Oh, crowns. Bracelets. Alright, well, all we need is like 2 pickaxes and we can win. we can continue. I don't know about winning. Okay, we've got Smilodon tallow. So we can actually use that to make soap later. Let me just make sure the dwarves never cook it. Oops. I always try and make sure as soon as possible to prevent dwarves from cooking tallow, because that's the easiest way to make soap, and soap can be a real pain in the ass to make. So I don't want them getting rid of the precious tallow. Where is it? Sweetbread? I don't even know where it is. Maybe it's because I forbid it, that it doesn't show up. Yep, there we go. Okay, they will no longer cook that. Alright, diplomats. A baron consort is talking with our axe dwarf. There's much to share. Okay, please give us some digging implements. What else do we want? Leather, cloth, silk for artifacts. I'll ask for a little bit of iron. Some alcohol just in case. With how this fort has started out, I am not optimistic about us actually having food and drink by the time they get here. Usually it's not too difficult, but like we are kind of by the seat of our pants here, so there is no need to take any risks. Okay, this is interesting. So the dwarves here will sell us woolly rhinoceros wool cloth. Ooh, sorry, I bumped the microphone. Woolly rhinoceros wool cloth, if they have that, that implies that they have tamed woolly rhinoceroses. Would they sell them to us? Do they have rhinos to sell? Woolly rhinos? Probably even bigger than regular rhinos, right? Where are animals? Pets. No, they don't have them for sale, so I don't know. But they want seeds and scepters next year. That's yeah, that's the title of my the erotic novel I've been writing for Game of Thrones fan fiction. So look forward to that one. So we've request to the depot. Hopefully the merchants will have what we need. Looks like they're already set up here, or setting up here. Desperately hoping for pickaxes. If they don't have them, we're pretty fucked. But even a couple of metal bars would be enough to accomplish what we need. There we go. Okay. Please, for the love of God. Oh, goodness. Bars? They have nickel and billin and no pickaxes. Alright. So, they have nothing that can help us. Kind of. They do have other metal objects. So we could buy some metal objects, melt them down, and use that to make pickaxes. Okay. Then we just need to find... Maybe I should use steel. Maybe... Ooh. Sorry about the microphone noise there. Have only recently set up this mic situation. It's a little wonky at times. If we were to get some steel from these guys, Um, material now affects how fast you mine with a pickaxe. So we could dig faster. Well, we can't afford like anything made of steel. We're gonna focus on iron. We're gonna get some iron items here, melt them down, and use them to make some pickaxes. Then we're gonna finally get a proper fortress dug out. Any more iron? There's an iron mace. I should just put iron in the search bar. Iron anvil. I don't know whether I can melt down this instrument piece, but I'll give it a go. Okay, that's everything made of iron that they have. And we don't want any of this junk, so they can have all of it. Pleased with the trading. Excellent. Oh, shit.
I just remembered we couldn't build any,
We couldn't build a workshop because we didn't have a magma-safe material. But we can just break down some of our existing workshops. I mean, we couldn't build a smelter because we didn't have any fire-safe material. But we've got dolomite boulders making up some of these workshops. So all we got to do is break down the workshops, use those boulders to make the smelters, use the smelters to make iron bars, use iron bars to make pickaxes, and then we can actually start playing the video game. Okay. Please, someone get rid of this still. That was made of alder logs. Oh, the boulder was just like a terrain feature, not an actual usable piece of material. Tell me conglomerate at least is fire safe. Because we have conglomerate stone. It is fire safe. It's not magma safe. It doesn't need to be. So, break down the stoneworkers workshop. Anything else that's got conglomerate? No, but we've got claystone. Is claystone fire safe? Yes. Most rocks probably are. Okay. So, break down these workshops. Use the rocks to make a smelter. Use the other rock. Where's the other rock? Have I not broken that one down yet? Yeah. Use that to make a metalsmith workshop. Now, please, for the love of Armok, I guess we still need a wood furnace as well. No access to fire-safe building material. I need another fire-safe building material. Can I use one of these boulders of tetrahedrite if I change my stone settings? down to here. If I click that, will it let me? Furnaces, wood furnace. Okay, Christ. So, now we should be able to make all the things we need to make some pickaxes to continue the game. I beg you. Okay. Now we have a wood furnace. Please make a couple of pieces of charcoal. I don't need much. Anyone. All right. We have this guy, Burr. All right, that's a piece of charcoal. Use that to smelt the last two pieces of tetrahedrite. Wait, I don't... Yeah, smelt the tetrahedrite. But more importantly, we need to melt metal objects. So now we want anything made of iron. That anvil. These low boots. Oops, these gauntlets. Caps. Greaves. That thing. Why is this iron pick not for... Oh, because I... Yeah, this guy's corpse still has not been forbidden, so I'm going to forbid that. Okay, now hopefully we will get some metal bars we can use to make some pickaxes. Those are copper. Let's try and melt down those metal objects so we can get iron, which is a lot better. There's like flies all up inside this. We have this like musty, damp hole in the ground full of flies. This is not a fortress that has achieved much in the way of honor and distinction at this point. There's one iron bar. Is that enough to make a pickaxe? Yes. Do it now. Okay, we've got a pickaxe. Nobody here knows how to mine. That's fine. Burr, you're going to be a miner, because I don't think you have much going on. So, now that we actually can mine again, what a pain. Okay. I'm not sure where the actual aquifer ends. I think it was somewhere around here. How am I even going to drain this? Isn't there a thing where you can drain an aquifer into another aquifer, and it's like the fastest way? How does that work? Like if water enters the top tile of an aquifer, then that water just will disappear immediately. That's how it used to work, at least. Is that still how it works? I need to research a little bit online. Hang on a second. It might be... So here's the thing, is that I'm fairly certain that these are aquifer tiles. So the level above, if water could just drain from one aquifer into another and it would just delete all the water, that would have happened already. So I guess we do need to drain it off the map. So if we need to drain it off the map, then the way to do it would be to make a new tunnel. This is such a mess. Does this go? So this time we're just doing a straight shot to the end here. And then... that's as far as it lets me dig. What I essentially need to do is smooth the end of the tunnel here and make a fortification and then connect it to the existing tunnel. So what I want to do is actually dig deeper and then connect it up at the top there. Maybe considerably deeper. I'm certain that at Z level -20 will be below where the actual aquifer is. So this will mean less water is actually draining in. And then we can just dig up into here. Somebody might get a little bit drowned, but as long as we can get this tunnel dug, everything will be fine. Miner, you're just gonna mine, sir. There he goes. He's got the pickaxe. He's gonna start digging. This map is turning into Swiss cheese, just like all these stupid little tunnels that I have to dig to make this plan work. Okay, so he's into the aquifer, but I think the only exposed tiles will be the ones directly around him. So there's not going to be a lot of leakage into there. Then he goes down to dig out this long tunnelway that doesn't have any aquifer as part of the tunnel. So unlike the previous design, there's not going to be a crazy amount of water being produced by the very tunnel he's making. So now he can just leisurely dig on through there. It's never going to flood faster than he digs. So he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine until I have him connect his tunnel to the one full of all the water. That might cause some problems. But it's for the greater good. If he doesn't make it, the rest will survive. So we need... This will actually be a lot safer if we have some doors. So let me make some stoneworkers' workshops to make up for the ones that I had to destroy earlier. And I'll rebuild the still so that we can keep getting alcohol, and the dwarves will not completely hate their lives. Though some of them are already not in the best of moods. See, this guy is way better off than the last one. The last miners were just like digging underwater. This guy is... His shoes aren't even wet, I bet. He is... He's totally fine. Okay, there is some water starting to leak in, but it's not a lot. I say that, but, well, we know how the last time turned out. Alright, let's see. Oh, did we just get more migrants? We got a necromancer. What's your deal, buddy? He's a spear dwarf. I don't know what to do about this guy. Necromancers are dangerous. He is anxiety prone. Istrath. Well, he doesn't have a lot of useful skills outside of combat, and I don't really want this guy in combat anytime soon, because they have a tendency to be pretty chaotic in battle and can cast spells that will just get you screwed over. Okay, what do my stocks look like in terms of metal bars? I was only able to get the one iron bar. So I guess I will make a couple of copper pickaxes, and then I can assign some of these new migrants to start mining, and then we'll be able to more quickly actually get a fort dug out here. Who do we have that would... nobody's really got any mining related skills. I will put the necromancer on mining duty. Maybe he can raise up some of the miners who died before. A couple of you guys will start mining. This has been a slow disaster so far, but I'm here for it. Luckily, the thylacine man and the crab are just hanging out at the map's edge and not leaving, because once they leave, the next wave of animals will show up, and they might not be so happy to see us. Well, what do we need right now? Let's start... I guess I'll start just cooking some meals. And... brewing some drink. And now that we have rocks, and we can actually make more of them, I will start making some stone furniture, some more rock pots. Oops. Do I have a craft store's workshop, or did I have to destroy it? There we go. It's kind of cool how like it cycles through all these different colors for the trees. Like it was green, then yellow, then orange, then red. That's a lovely little animation there. Are we almost done with this? Kaolinite. We can use that for dwarven fine china. I don't like how there's water on this side of the like there shouldn't be water over here unless we are in the aquifer still. But that's fine. We have lots of dwarves ready to mine this out. We're almost done. All of it's going to drain off the map. Everything's going to be fine. Got whip wine, radish wine. Why isn't anybody planting? Oh, I think I disabled planting because it was getting in the way of some other tasks that needed to be done. So let me put that back on. Anybody can plant, whatever. Go at it. Yeah, I'm getting some really unhappy memories from seeing this tunnel with the water higher on this side than this side. Keep at it, guys. We do not want a repeat of last time. Okay, so that's as far as it goes. So then we can... How do we want to do this exactly? I guess we want to cut off the pressure. So that it won't be able to flood the rest of the tunnel. We're going to want to build a door down here. This is some kind of advanced waterworks we got to do. We're creating sort of like a U-bend to stop the water from getting back down. Let's see. Okay, so build a staircase here, up to the bottom level of the water. And do that. We'll put a door here. We'll dig a channel here. Somebody is... whoever mines this might be really, really screwed. But... oh, we're not going to build a door there. We can't. I guess we could try and save a miner by using a... like a bridge or a floodgate. That would be the way to do it. Okay. So yeah, the trick with tapping into a full area of liquid, and usually this is this is a problem that is a bigger deal for lava, because lava is just going to incinerate anybody it touches. But in this case, this water is almost as dangerous as lava because it's like pressurized and it's just going to flow in and flood anybody who tries to dig into the wall here. So the idea is that we're going to set up... maybe if I just made a door that was attached to a lever, that might be enough. But we're essentially going to have them dig out a little channel that has access to the filled up water, but there's going to be, it's going to dip down slightly before it enters this main chamber. Like we're going to channel down one tile. Then the water will fill up that down dipped area first, which gives the dwarf like a split second to try and get out of that door. And they might still die, but there's, you know, a half decent chance that they'll make it out alive. And then we just have to use a lever to open the door remotely, and then the rest of the water will flow in after the dwarf has vacated the area. So not sure if that makes sense, but it should do the job. Oh, this area is filling up. Okay, so we are going to need... Yeah, the water's filling up here. This is a problem. No, we don't have time. If I don't go and put a stop to these shenanigans right now, we're going to have a big problem. So instead of all that stuff I just discussed, we're going to play fast and dirty with this. Dwarves, I need you to mine ASAP. And we need them to smooth out a drain off the map here ASAP as well. What? Oh, okay. So once we have a drain off the map, this water will stop filling up everything. And we'll be able to actually accomplish something. So we smooth this wall. This is at the very map edge here. Smooth the wall and then carve a fortification into that smooth section of wall. And now water can just hang on. Water can just flow through. Okay. This man is in a very dangerous position. We have a fortification here, which normally does not allow a person to pass through, but they can pass through if water pushes them in. There is water trying to push them in. So he is trying to escape, I think, right now, but the flow of the water is threatening to push him off the map. Okay, he escaped. Great, 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 great. All right. So now we have the drain. I can't really build a door here, so this whole tunnel is probably going to fill up with water, but it'll drain off quickly, so it's not a problem. I just need to dig into this and let the chips fall where they may. Some of you may die, but that's a risk I am willing to take, because we need this water gone, and if we take too much longer, that chance is going to go away. So here you go. They're digging in. Okay, okay, they got down. Okay, water's starting to fill in. They are escaping. Okay, okay, okay. This is going good. This is going good. Water is entering the area, but quickly flowing out. The dwarves seem like they have plenty of time to get out of here. So now we have a constant rapid drain out of here. I don't know whether this drain has enough capacity to actually outpace the flow of water from the aquifer. Let's see what it looks like up at the top here. Is the water level going down? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, this is draining pretty fast. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, we've finally done it. Oh, great. A woodworker drowned. How did that even happen?
Maybe we only just found them. No, no, they were... Yeah, that guy just drowned. Well, those are the losses that we're kind of expecting. At least we're finally going to be able to put an end to the madness. Yeah, so they keep, like, the flow of water as it's all draining out keeps, like, sweeping them into the deep water down here. So hopefully we won't have too many more losses, but, like, we gotta let this happen. We gotta get this water out of here, or we're screwed. Actually, now that we have the water actually draining, we can go ahead and start sealing up these tunnels from above and actually put the water problem to rest. Like, we can actually get these tunnels fully sealed up so there are no longer any aquifers draining in. That's the dream. We're gonna need some rock blocks for that. I haven't used the manager workshop yet for this fort. Let's get to it. That should do for now. Is it winter? Yeah, it's starting to hit winter. We have not been accomplishing a lot so far. Everything that we've done has just been like damage control on my existing fuck-ups. Alright, I gotta wait for some blocks to get chopped up. Let's see. How fast is this water going? Okay, so it's draining pretty fast over down here. It just takes a while to propagate down. What would make this a lot faster is if I got rid of this block. Right now, I prevented it from the water from being pressurized by how I did this diagonal bit of rock here. If I got rid of this rock, then it would speed things way up. But whoever goes and digs that is going to be, like, instantly killed by all the water flowing in. It might be worth it. Let's see. Oh no, I know how to do this safely. I just need to dig a channel down to it rather than actually going down there myself. So here, let's see. Dig into there. There. And there. Hopefully that will more rapidly, whoops, just cause this water to blast out of the area and finally clear out our fort. Yeah, this was supposed to be a stream about dinosaurs, remember? Now it's a stream about plumbing? like lethally dangerous plumbing. I wonder if this ocean is going to freeze over. It's early winter now. I guess we'll find out. We got this guy rotting in the water. God, this is such a like Swiss cheese fortress here. There are so many like shitty little tunnels just to try and manage this water problem. One of these days, this fortress is gonna not suck, I swear. Yeah, Dino Plumbing Mario Fortress. I guess this is the Mario world of Dwarf Fortresses. We're in Dinosaur Land, and we're running into a lot of problems with pipes. Well, after this, we gotta have a fortress with a bunch of like elaborate waterworks, right? We gotta finally we're using what we've learned here to eventually have just like a fortress covered in wonderful mist generators. It's gonna be beautiful. But until then, we're drowning. Oh, we're paused. I was just sitting there waiting for him to dig that stone. Everybody is getting spooked by giant blue jays, it seems. They're kind of just floating there. Are they on the ground? No. They're just hovering in the air. It's cool how the leaves fall away and it actually kind of looks like a winter forest. Albeit one with no snow on the ground. You gotta be careful about the order that you set these walls to be built. It's not actually easy to see what you're looking at right now because the ramps don't really show up in the water here. Let's see how much we got. Yeah, it's flowing out. So are we okay on food? I'll do another round of plant gathering because the forest floor is just full of stuff here. Okay, making slow but steady progress on sealing up all of these sections of wall. Slowly digging away at that. Okay, I'm gonna dig the next level down. Imagine how much less effort this would have been if I had just dug the damn fortress into this layer of rock rather than trying to build it under the... Yeah. Okay, hang on a second. I could save myself so much like time and effort if I were to just resign myself to digging into the dolomite here. I don't need to have like a bunch of like mist generators across the fortress. I can just dig into the dolomite. It's going to kind of have to be a very, like, a fortress without a lot of height to it, because there's only a few levels of stone here before we hit the aquifer. But, man, at this point, oh, this okay, I'm gonna let the water drain out first, and then I'm gonna decide whether I want to just abandon this whole idea of digging under the aquifer and instead just make the damn fort up here where it's less work. Actually, it's all almost drained out. We're going to have so much farmable area with all of the mud that's going to get left behind. Maybe I should make... Maybe I'll dig out like a stockpile in like trade depot zone up here above the aquifer, and then we can at least start bringing in our supplies. At least start getting to work on something, because right now it's so slow going. Yeah, let's dig this out over here. Say trade depot like there. And so we're going to make a stockpile here that for now is just going to hold like everything that we want to get out of the surface, but eventually is going to specifically hold goods for the trade depot. So we're going to have anything we want to export in this stockpile. The Dwarves will take it up here before the caravans arrive, and then it'll be a short trip to bring it into the depot. So it serves two functions, one for trading and one for just immediate getting all this crap off the surface. Of course, we've almost got this drained. He's so slow. What are your skills at? Adequate. Adequate miner with a iron pickaxe. Maybe I should change the title of the stream here. Oh, I've almost got in. All right, let's see what this looks like. Whoa, whoa, do not dig that. Hang on. There we go. So, honestly, the flow rate doesn't seem that much crazy better, but should be a little bit faster. Okay, drowning our dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. That is a more accurate title for what is actually happening on screen here. Okay. Because we haven't caught a damn dino. We haven't caught a single one. But we have done a lot of drowning. All right, I want to set our miner. I want to set our miners to only be mining. so that we can get some of this mining done. We finally got most of this dug out, or most of this drained out. Oh. I have accidentally stranded this miner down in his little tunnel area here. So he needs to be allowed to do something other than mining, because otherwise he will be stuck down here. There we go. Build your staircase out of here. Oh. That's not right. Build it here. There you go, buddy. Are you good now? Not really. Okay. All we need is a ramp. Get that ramp and you're good to go. There we are. Okay. Whew. Okay, they're starting to dig this area. What a colossal mess. No, I do not want you guys going into this pit of water where somebody drowned. Oh, we've got multiple skeletons in this little pit of water. That's nice. Okay. Well, we have a shitty little bedroom. We have a shitty little dining room. We have a lot of shitty little things. It would be nice if our dwarves had anything at all that was good. Let's see. Plugging up the aquifer here. It's kind of hard to keep track of what I'm looking at because the water prevents me from seeing the sprites for like a lot of the ramps. But I think the constructed ones will actually show up visibly, so that'll make it a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. Well, the water is flowing away. I'm not sure if it's really... It might not be really going any faster than the rate that it's flowing in at this point. Well, as long as it keeps the water level low enough that we can be sealing these layers off one by one. It'll be slow going, but we will be able to make it slowly dry out this godforsaken fortress. Okay. Yeah, this is actually going a lot faster now. Sealing up the upper layers. Preventing yet more water from drowning these dwarves. Wait. Can't water come in from the ceiling? It won't be anywhere near as much water. It's just like... Howdy, Officer C4. Welcome to the stream. We are currently trying to prevent any more drownings. The fort was originally intended to be like catching savage beasts and like, you know, giant elephants and dinosaurs and stuff. It has instead turned into a absolute cluster as we have been trying to dig through a light aquifer, which is normally not a problem, but today has given me immense trouble. So we have just about drained out our fortress entrance and should be soon able to get the aquifer sealed up here and be able to actually make some damn progress. Current tally. What are we at? No, those aren't our people. Wait, where are our people? Where does it say where our dead people are? I mean, I think we had 7. We got down to 4, so that's like 3 dead. Then we got up to 7 again. Then I think we lost 1. So it's about 4. And then we got up to 11. And then lost 1 again. So that's 5. I think we've lost 5 dwarves. Which is pretty abysmal for this particular stage of the game. But... Wait, what? Are we through the aquifer? No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe this is a patch that doesn't have aquifer. Because this says rough hewn. It doesn't say damp. I don't know. We're sealing it all up because I do not want to deal with any more of this water. Okay, so this... We're going to build a trade depot here. Not really probably going to make use of it for a while, but... Oops. There we go. This is all going to be a stockpile at some point. I'm optimistic about the fortress. Regardless of how bad it's been so far. Okay, this guy needs to be able to build or else he's stuck down here. Yeah, we have a necromancer miner who just randomly showed up. Not sure what we're going to do with this dude. I'm pretty sure that the dead dwarves are probably too far gone and too far rotted to bring back. Yeah, industry has consequences. This is true. What kind of scaled fiends are we hoping to collect? Well, I feel like the most classic dinosaurs, mostly from Jurassic Park, the ones that immediately come to mind as the ones. Oh my god. Okay, somebody has been found dead, but don't worry, they were already dead. They've been dead for a while. The most classic are the Tyrannosaurs and the raptors. Utah raptors in this case. I did not mean to build that like that. But there's a lot of different options. Necromancers, I feel like ever since around the what would it be? Like the villains update, they just show up as migrants sometimes. It doesn't seem that rare to me. Like when I saw a necromancer, it was just like, oh yeah, another one. Like they always tend to, you always tend to get a couple just from your migrant waves. Um, it's possible I'll be able to use them to revive my dwarves, but I'm not optimistic on that. And I would need to have something captured in order to like serve as an enemy for the necromancer to acknowledge as like being dangerous so that they can where's my did my necromancer die? My necromancer just died. Well, never mind. That guy's dead, which might just be a problem that's just been solved because necromancers can be an issue. I assume he drowned. Well, necromancers can't drown, can they? I thought they couldn't. How'd he die? Whatever. Yeah, I yeah, we'll have somewhere for the like the megalodons. I'm sure some of this stuff will still be flooded. Been playing for a while and I've never had one as a colonist. I mean, yeah, it feels like in recent versions of the game, they're really relatively common, but that's just my experience. Okay, I guess I have to dig down. So I've fucked up the construction here. I guess if I build a staircase. That should do the job. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with necromancers these days because you can just make, because they will show up as your colonists, as your dwarves, and they're just completely willing to help. You can just like assign them to squads, and it makes them a lot easier to control and move to exactly the place you want and raise exactly the corpses you want. And now that you can raise intelligent undead, if you get lucky, you can just raise your dwarves back as like completely functional citizens. They don't have like proper like emotions and relationships, and like they don't really talk to people, but you don't really need them to. Okay, let's see. I'm just doing an all stockpile here except for stone for now. Stone and corpses. So hopefully dwarves will start coming down here and putting away our crap. Remove that stockpile. Now hopefully they will also build this staircase so that we can continue digging down to actually make the fortress. Yeah, the necromancer has been missing for a week. That, I think that's this guy. Like, I thought that they couldn't drown, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe necromancers can drown, but vampires can't or something. Oh, we've got ghosts. I just saw a split second. I guess when necromancers go and die, ghosts are to be expected. We're gonna need some slabs. Oops. Is it different workshops for making the slabs and engraving them? No, I don't think so. There we are. You know what? I'm actually going to use just the manager menu. We will make... Oops. Make enough slabs to always have 10 of them. Okay, we've got staircase here. It looks a lot more covered in water than it is. It's only 1 out of 7 water, so they should be able to work down there. So now I can start building proper ramps. Oops. I've noticed they've started making blocks out of tetrahedrite, which is an indication that I need to turn that stone use back on to not being able to use it, because we can make use of that for other stuff later. Yeah, intelligent undead sounds macabre and industrious. Yeah, it is. I mean, they are honestly some of the absolute best soldiers that you can possibly have in this game. The intelligent undead, and all you need is a necromancer to raise their corpse, and there's a pretty good chance they'll make a intelligent one. And if they were your members of your fortress before, then they will return to being members of your fortress after a little bit. But they are incredibly durable, incredibly strong. They'll just like solo small armies. And then they even get like magic spells to attack enemies with that could be, you know, minorly debilitating, or just like cause them to become paralyzed and just die of asphyxiation. Definitely worth making use of. Heard that the Long Night mod is on Steam, on the Steam version now. Might sink my teeth into it. Remember your playthrough with the Gorilla Men from a while ago. Yeah, that mod I think has changed a lot. It seems like Squamous, I think, is the creator. They have really been working at it pretty consistently for a while. I also have it on, you know, keep it on the down low, but I think Krug Smash is working on a Long Night video. I saw it like on, it's public stuff on his Patreon, so it's not really secret, but it looked like from some thumbnails that he was working on that. But yeah, I'm not sure if they even have simian uplifts per se anymore, or if it's like some kind of other, or it's like, I don't remember if I had simian uplifts but they updated it to be gorilla uplifts, or if it's the other way around. But in any case, you know, they keep changing a bunch of the mechanics in the races, and it's very impressive what a cool total conversion mod that is. It's still in ASCII graphics. I don't know if they ever have any plans to change that, because that's just so much work to make sprites for everything. But definitely, like, one of the most impressive mods for Dwarf Fortress. It also has proper, like, crafting and adventure mode, or at least it did. I would assume it still does. So you could actually be, like, making your own weapons and stuff, because you just can't do that in Dwarf Fortress. I've got a mod that apparently lets you, it's called Wanderer, I think. I've never really used it, but apparently it lets you kind of do something like that. But you have to, like, break down weapons into weapon fragments, because they needed to find a hacky solution rather than proper forging. So I don't know how that works exactly. But if we go into adventure mode at some point, we can try it out. All the mods I have here are, like, fairly minor things or quality of life changes. Probably the biggest thing is that I have a mod that I altered it slightly, but it lets animal people civilization show up. And like I only have them set to show up like on occasion. So there's only a couple of animal people civilizations throughout this world, but like you can see there's two humped camel men over here. I think what else was out here? Honestly, I don't remember what the other ones were, but yeah, it's fun to have a little variety, change it up. I don't like having the whole world be made of furries, but like, you know, an occasional giraffe person civilization, like it's getting going to war with like tigers or something. That's kind of cool. All right, making steady progress here. Our drink stockpiles are going down a little bit, so let me set up some long-term work orders. Drinks. Less than, let's say 300. And then brew drinks from plants. Now I just need to make some barrels. Oops, 300. Rock pot. Put that there. Okay. So now they are going to get started on that. Yeah, the diplomacy update seems interesting. It's the actual features that they've added. It's not a huge amount of stuff. You always kind of could make contact with other civilizations that were far away. It was a weird, because it was kind of like a bug. You could send like the tiniest shitty little raid or to say like, hey, give us a one-time tribute, and like you send like one dude completely unarmed, and so whoever you send that to, you know, if there's some humans on the other side of the world, then you would be able to, like, they're guaranteed to tell you no, fuck off, because you have no ability to hurt us. But it meant that you had made contact with them. So just the act of like sending them a aggressive message like that was enough to like make your civilizations considered to be in contact with each other. And the short and tall of it is that you would then receive caravans from them. Like once they got your like death threats in the mail, they would decide that, oh, I didn't know that guy was there, I guess I'll go trade with him. And so you could make contact with like every civilization on your continent, but it was always kind of hacky and weird. Now you can just send out a messenger to explicitly just make contact and try to trade with you. And that is a lot less weird of a system. But interestingly, I think the most interesting part of what they added was the stuff to be able to like declare war, or I guess you could already just send an attack on them to declare war, but you can sue for peace, which is like you can just end a war now. It used to be just like total war forever. And you can make an alliance. I don't know what that really means for the actual gameplay. Like, you can see like alliances on the world map, and like apparently in the like world gen, like allied nations will fight with each other, you know, against like the necromancers and stuff. But I don't know how that manifests in actual gameplay or if it does at all. Because, like, your allies don't show up to help you if you get into war with somebody. So I don't know if that actually does anything useful. I don't know if you can hear that. My girlfriend's cat is like fucking around with a box behind me. Let me know if that's annoying. Otherwise, I'll just let the cat continue. Yeah, maybe allies will send reinforcements or migrants from their civ. I feel like if they've already implemented something like that, then they would have like boasted about it a little more, right? Like Tarn would be like, "Hey, we've got this cool new system in place." So I suspect that allies probably don't do a lot right now, but that seems like a pretty reasonable thing for it to for them to add. Like that's the logical thing that you would want military allies for. Whelp just lost a fort to a quick 1-2 combo of 2 fire-breathing mega beasts. I was getting my squad trained to fight a forgotten beast, and a swamp titan came up to fuck me up on the surface. Yeah, that's a tough break. Sorry to hear it. Was it like burning down your surface area there? It's always the fire-breathing mega beasts. It's always the like the incidental fire that gets you. Your soldiers are able to like block off the actual attacks, but then oh, these guys are stuck down here. It's when the like if a fireball comes at you, they can just block it with the sorry, I'm really confused on how I've set this up. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I see. Okay, that goes down there. Right. Yeah, it's like when they burn the bramble under the dwarves, that like starts fires that are like unblockable to the dwarves. Whereas if they just shoot a fireball at you, you can just like block it with a shield. You can request help from attached towns. Yeah, from like the guys who hey, you guys should get to work. Like the citizens that can show up after you conquer, or just get a guy to get a fort to help you. Or sorry, when a hamlet like shows up and looks to you for your economic prosperity. So yeah, you can request workers from there, but like surely you can't request workers from like the humans that have allied with you, right? Because they like the game doesn't really seem to want to make it easy for you to get races other than dwarves as citizens. You can, but it's not easy. Let's see. Did your dwarves burn puppies and kill children? What kind of karma is that? Oh, for having all those flaming forgotten beasts show up. I didn't have fortifications on the surface like I did in the cavern, but he came in while a trade caravan has arrived. I didn't have my entrance sealed up, so he just came in. Yeah, it's a tough break. I'm sure if anything fire-breathing were to show up here, I would be SOL, because our defenses are non-existent at the moment. Except for like one guy with an axe who's been like chopping up saber-toothed tigers on occasion. Okay, we've got ghostly woodworkers here. Do we have any slabs engraved yet? Because I told them to. Maybe here? No. Let's see. Okay, we've got some engraved slabs. We just don't have them set up. uh, yet. So we're going to just throw them on the surface. We're going to make a dwarven graveyard here. Okay. It's fine. I didn't have a flux layer anyway, so this just gives me an excuse to make a military fortress to try and reclaim it. That's the spirit, you know? Get back in there. Kill what killed you. Victorian Gamer says, "Hi, Mort Strudel. Nice to see you again. It is nice to see all of you. I am happy to be here and be back in the fortress. The dwarves are not as happy because everything is flooded and a bunch of them drowned. But I'm having a good time. I wonder if a lichen colonist would lose the mindless rage that they fall into if they were an intelligent undead. Actually, that exact sort of situation was happening in my YouTube Fortress Chanted Fins, where I got a were llama. One of them bit a dwarf of mine, and then I had that dwarf reanimated. Let's see. There we go. As a, what was it? I can't remember what the procedural name was, but they became incredibly dangerous. Like they were soloing armies and stuff because they are extremely aggressive. They still, they'll still kill everybody if they're intelligent undead, if they go beast form. But if you like isolate them off to only be able to reach the enemies, well, then they'll just go kill them instead of your dwarves. One of the big benefits of having a lycanthrope in your army, separated off so that they would only be able to reach the enemies. Like I had a special little like Sally port thing where the lycanthrope is just stuck in a little box until I pull a lever and allow it to escape. But every full moon, they just completely regenerate all their wounds because the process of changing into a werebeast just totally resets the entire like just their whole body. Like all their wounds go away. It doesn't bother keeping track. So as long as they are chained up, it'll be okay. I don't know about chained up. I mean, I'm being pedantic here, but it's an important distinction because I think they are building destroyers and can destroy chains. But if you keep them locked up behind, solid walls and a bridge, like a drawbridge that'll keep them sealed in there, then you should be safe. They have added more abilities to get through, like invaders can actually get through drawbridges now. Like they'll go at it, but at least they'll like smash it down with battering rams. But I'm pretty sure your like the lycanthropes and stuff can't get through like that. What was I saying? Yeah, they regenerate. There was another benefit to having it like that. Having a undead lycanthrope. Someone else has died. I don't know why. I don't know how. There was a giant blue jay. Oh, the thylacine man showed up again. Oh, never mind. A giant blue jay flew over and killed a doctor of ours. that you know, that tracks with how things have been going. We got to get these people off the surface. It is too dangerous up there. We don't even have them. We don't even have any agitated animals. It's just like you can't have giant animals and dwarves just randomly wandering into each other. Eventually things are going to go bad. Water at this location. Well, not much. Oh yeah, so with the like were soldiers, the thing is they can still like you can still order them around. You can put them in a military squad. For God's sake, please tell me someone else didn't die. No, I don't think somebody new died. I think they just found a corpse. You can like you can still have them in a squad, and they will go to the spots that you tell them to go if you like station them places, even if they're in werebeast form. The problem is if they ever see one of your citizens, they'll just go and attack and kill them and eat them. So, but it means that if you can keep them isolated from your fortress and just send them out to go to your enemies, then they're just like a really, really effective soldier. You can even get them like weapons. I don't know if they can get armor. It might need to be really specially made because of the size of the werebeast forms. But you can, you know, send them in with a weapon and they'll just go to town on an entire siege. This... How much further down is this damn aquifer? And is there a way I can drain it faster? Save some time. Nah, I'm just gotta wait for it to slowly flow out there. Well, let's see what we've got. Oh, there's a bunch of little bat rays. Medium-sized winged fish found in muddy coasts of both temperate and tropical waters. Oh, we've got Daenonicus. Little dinosaurs here. They're wounded, so they were probably fighting with my dogs or something. Oh, a large feathered bipedal dinosaur. So these guys might actually be a decent size. But we don't have the luxury to go and capture those guys yet. We need to think about how we're going to... Maybe I can put more drains up on this level, because now this is safe to walk on with all the water having gone out. So, okay, here's the plan. We really need to get this water drained out of here so that we can actually play the game. Dig there. Dig down here. Maybe it would actually make more sense to try and widen this channel, because like everything is 7x7 over here and everything is like 4x7 over here. So like it's much like the flow rate is really getting bottlenecked by this section of the ground. So if I go dig all of this out, then maybe make another access point over here. Dig down into like there. Okay, hopefully the miners will work at that. And we'll make some progress here. One of the dwarven gods is called the Ignited Seizure. That's a weird one. Let's take a look at what that actually looks like. Hang on. So if we build a stone statue, is that not on this menu? Rock. Where do you make stone statues? It must be here. There we are. Okay. Specify image. The Ignited Seizure. Okay, deity of our society. Okay, it's just a male dwarf associated with victory, war, and fortresses. It's just a weird name. Okay. Well, I think all of our ghosts are entombed. Got our dwarves slowly digging away at this. Oh, I wonder, I was complaining about like the ramps not being very visible. I do have a mod called Flowing Water that's made to make it more clear when water is flowing around. I wonder if that's made it harder to see the ramps. That's possible. Already mid-spring. We have basically no industry. We got nothing going on. We're just trying to get past this aquifer. Almost half of our dwarves have died drowning. It's a very sorry state of affairs. Is it too late to bucket the water out? I think bucketing would take even longer. Because, like, I only have 8 dwarves, right? The water is, like, just trickling in from the aquifer everywhere. So, like, by the time a dwarf goes and takes a bucket out, as much water has probably already been dumped back in through the aquifer. So instead, we are working to widen our little tunnel here, our little channel that is serving as a drain out the edge of the map. If we can get this this tunnel to if we can get more water flowing through, then perhaps we will be able to just get all of this water out of here already. I guess I can give it a try. I guess just dump it into the ocean. Pit pond. Oh, no, it has to be not filled. So what I would want to do is like set this to be a pond. Just there. Okay. And then like set this here to be a water source, I think. It is muddy water. Well, it's only a dusting, so it's actually safe. There is a dead corpse in the water. They might drink out of these water zone areas is the issue, and there are dead corpses in there, but I don't think the dwarves actually care about that. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, this is just an old miner who drowned a while ago. I was like, please tell me there's not another dead guy. Okay, so then just make sure we can't... Okay, great. We're on the edge of the map. So now we just dig some more fortifications. Smooth that up. And for the love of God, please get this water out of here. Is this cat underwater? This underwater cat is content after receiving a bath. I'm surprised it's not drowning. Okay. Well, got out. Oh, shit. Nobody is smoothing that. Which is a problem because water is slowly starting to fill in. Okay, we will... I don't know why they're not smoothing it. Okay, so I need to get... Everybody does stone cutting. This guy, you're gonna just do stone cutting. And I think that smoothing is part of that. Let's see. Hopefully this guy will go down, start smoothing stuff. There we go. One day we will have a real fortress in here, I swear. I wonder if any dwarves are decent swimmers at this point. Some of the ones who died were starting to get some swimming skill, I think. Some of the drowning ones, but novice swimmer here. Novice swimmer there. Dabbling. Novice. So yeah, it doesn't seem like they're that impressive at it. I think all the ones that had to do a lot of swimming did not survive long. Why is there a doctor's corpse on the surface? Maybe they're one of the people that got killed by the blue jays or whatever. Oh great, a Smilodon. Yeah, those guys are cool. But I guess we should kill it. Where's our guy? What's this guy's name again? This axe dwarf, oh no. Absolutely inexhaustible, mighty, very rarely sick, and agile. Tall and thin with incredible muscles. So this guy is fucking ripped. And he has killed Smilodons before. He will do it again. Get him. Wait, don't get that close to the coast. Did the Smilodon leave the map or something? Looks like the Smilodon is outrunning him, but it is weak. Let's see if it ever manages to escape before he gets it. So yeah, these are like saber-toothed tigers. Saber-toothed cats of some sort. Didn't expect blue jays to be the apex predators. Well, they're giant blue jays, so they're like, I assume the size of like eagles or bigger. Yeah, this guy's really giving them the runaround. So where's the dwarf? Yeah, dwarves are just a lot slower than saber-toothed tigers, I guess. Well, I'll give up on that. And eventually that Smilodon will wander close enough and get its ass killed, I'm guessing. How is our drain coming? This is probably fine. Okay, so dig out this huge channel here. Keep trying to smooth this stuff to drain more off the map. I apologize for this stream kind of being boring as hell because I made a boo-boo and flooded everything, and that kind of prevented anything interesting from happening. But good things come to those who wait, I guess. Eventually it'll be so sweet when we have an actual effective fort. You know, I can smooth this actually, now that I think about it. I don't need to dig all of it, just the sections that aren't easily smoothed. We get to watch dwarf plumbers at work. They've been at this for over a year. It's not even a heavy aquifer. Well, I am gonna have to make use of this, you know, elaborate drain system because, like, for once I have an actual fortress. Oh, this is just you setting up the aquarium swimming pool. Exactly, yeah. It would be absolutely sick to have a like megalodon aquarium. I don't know how like the difficulty involved in actually getting a hold of a megalodon like even if one shows up, like I don't know, that's a lot of dwarven engineering to get it to happen. But I guess I could try and use the this drainage system to drain out the ocean. That'll I'm sure that'll be great for the frame rate. Got to get all them dwarves buff by swimming. Yeah, that's I think all the ones that really got any good swimming in though didn't last much longer than that. There's I think there's like a way that you can like have like a little bit in your entrance. There's like some like flood a little bit in your entrance to force the dwarves to walk through somewhat shallow water, and then once they're if they're like regularly forced to go through this water constantly, then it'll just slowly increase their swimming over a long period of time. Just dwarven swim training. After all, where would you store a Spino without it? That's so. Is that one of the? Is that the dinosaur that was originally thought to be on land, but more recently is starting to be believed to be a aquatic or marine one? Spinosaurus. Let's see. They're theropods like your raptors and your tyrannosaurs. It says a terrestrial on Wikipedia. But there's always more information getting found out about dinosaurs because, like, we're really just trying to reconstruct entire, like, ecologies of creatures with a couple of bones, you know? It's so, like, broken bones in the rock. It is not an easy thing to try and figure out what an animal's entire lifestyle was like when all you have is that. It's very impressive that we're able to figure out anything about these creatures, and means that ironically some of the oldest studying some of the oldest things on Earth is actually like some of the fields of science that are like the ones that have the most new things being learned about them constantly, because we just don't know what we're doing, what happened back then until we recover little fragments of information. So I have connected the new section of drain here to the old drainage tunnel. I'm going to try and keep expanding this to just slowly but surely speed up the draining here. Spinosaurus is speculated to be semi-aquatic. That is pretty sick. I wonder if then all like the spines would then be like sticking out of the water like some colossal like shark dorsal fin. I've not really been like a huge dino nerd. I have my own special interests, but like I'm sure that there are some people who, when this update came out, it was just like they were just in heaven. It was just like so excited about all the dinosaurs. Okay. We are slowly. How long are you predicting, if things go swimmingly, for the anti-flooding to take effect? Well, it's been taking effect. It's managed to drain out all the rest of the fortress. It's just like once it reaches this level here, it just won't go any shallower. Let's see. Maybe I can just redirect our existing tunnel to avoid this whole clusterfuck. And then we can stop thinking about this area and just go, instead of going west, we go east, where there is no more, where there's not a bunch of like water blocking us. All I have to do, let's see. First we dig this. Then we smooth this. Yeah, because we can't just be here for the rest of our lives. These dwarves can't just be slowly digging tunnels just to keep in line with some original digging plan. Like, if the plan's not working, make a better plan. I guess I can just save even a little bit more effort by... No, that's fine. Like, we can just call this whole area to the west a loss for now. It doesn't seem like this is gonna... If it's gonna ever drain out, it's gonna just be really slow. And we'd have to just do a bunch of really tedious digging to make it happen. So instead, we just start making a new, better fortress. Where we're not drowning. Let's see. This is the trouble. I start to go digging out this other area, and it starts to slowly flood too. So I have to be really smart about how I do this to stop myself from just creating the same problem again. If we smooth it fast enough, maybe. Everybody should be allowed to do stone cutting because I need stuff to get smoothed. That's already full. Let's see. this miner dying? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to tap into. All right, let's see. Man, this aquifer just goes down so far. So if I was trying to drain this into our drainage system, then it would just have the same problem that our existing setup does. But I need to drain it or else I can't keep digging. I got another like aquatic cat here. Just like it doesn't say that they're drowning. This cat is just hanging out in the water. Maybe if I do something like this, that will help. It will either help or it will start to drown dwarves. Food and drink is still looking good. So we're digging like a side channel here in the hopes that we can use it to increase the water flow. Not sure how much it'll do for us. The trouble is that every single tile I dig out is exposing more aquifer. So, like, it's almost a self-defeating effort. Oh god, this guy is down in the drink. Let's get him up. Get out of there, man. There's like plenty of drainage down here. Like all the water is like, everything is like 1 out of 7 here. Any water that gets down here quickly drains off the map. The problem is that it's slow for the water to flow all the way down to here. Up here, it's 7 out of 7. So I just need to get the water from here to here quickly. I think this is going to work. I think just a little bit more digging. We're finally going to be out of here. What if you walled off the water-bleeding walls with stone block ones? That's the trouble, is that it would just take so much longer to make it happen. Like, I'd need to be building all of those blocks. I've only got 8 people. Let's see. What is this guy doing down here? Like, that is the way to do it, you know? That's how I've got it going on in, like, my stairwell here, but when you've dug out a large enough space, it starts to kind of become pointless. We are actually starting to get some drainage up in the 7 out of 7 area. So this is working. This guy has fallen into the drain. Hopefully he can get back out. Oh god. Eventually, I hope that all of this, like, all these waterworks will be able to actually make use of them. Because this is... it's gonna be like 2 years of in-game work just to get around me fucking up the entrance tunnel here. Okay, let's try this. This guy might get blown into the water here. We're gonna find out. Somebody ended up in the water. Or that's just mist. Okay. We've drained that out. Bigger man than me, and I've just started over. Yeah, well, that might be... You might be the smarter man in that situation, because I am kind of just wasting a bunch of time on this. Okay, let's try this. Now the water's flowing. A bit. Damn. This is okay. Eye on the ball here. What we want to do is maximize the flow. Take a couple more tiles here. Really get the water flowing. And then, what am I looking at? I've started to confuse myself with all these dugout areas. Okay, we channel this, right? Yes. There we go. wonder how much lava it would take to vaporize all the water. Well, I feel like the lava would just like hit the first block of water and then make some obsidian and block it off from properly getting the rest. Okay. We have some flow. This still doesn't accomplish much because I don't have enough. Maybe I should... What is this? Oh, it's a slope. Okay. If I make a big floor here... using all of my blocks and some more, then I can just dig all of this at once. Yeah, this is still 7 out of 7. Yeah, Fortress attracted no migrants 2 seasons in a row. I think that CG here might have a good point. I could keep going at it, but should I keep going at it? This has all been such a clusterfuck that I am beginning to think that maybe it is all somewhat misguided. I've been at it for 4 hours here, and we could have probably, built an entire industrial base in that amount of time. I think that perhaps the Fortress of Toneswords was a abject failure. I think that maybe these dwarves are done. I think maybe they are feeling like leaving. So I think what I'm going to do here is expel everybody and abandon the fortress, because this has become just a big pool of water, not an effective fortress. So goodbye to Toneswords. Hopefully these dwarves will live better lives out in the world here. And next time we can start on the same world and try and actually accomplish something. I'm telling the truth. I do not usually have anywhere near this amount of trouble with just a basic light aquifer. It's oh, this guy's nobility can't be sent away. Let's see. Now can I expel him? Okay. Withered, your settlement has crumbled to its end. The water park has died. Perhaps we can come back here in adventure mode at some point and check out the well, what's left of it. I am sorry for the anticlimactic end to an anticlimactic stream, But I enjoyed fucking around for 4 hours, even if it didn't go anywhere. And next time, I will just build a damn up-down staircase straight past the aquifer layer so that we can actually get to work. I hope that you have enjoyed this experience regardless of the sort of Sisyphusian direction that it ended up taking. I'm happy that you all joined me, regardless of how it turned out, and hopefully we will have some more interesting stuff going on next time. I did enjoy, just the chaos of having all these dwarves just keep falling into the drink and dying, and like the occasional, Smilodon coming up and like battling with our guys. Next time we will accomplish more, I promise. Thank you all for joining me, and what is it they say? It's getting late, but I must retire. Something to that effect. I'm loopy. But I hope that all of you have a great evening, and join me next time for an actual Dwarven fortress. Bye, everybody.